Kitchen. Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. I'm sorry, I'm talking and you couldn't hear me. Okay. Sorry. Close one live, open another. My bad. All I said was Lori Daybell is charged with unaliving her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, after she was found guilty of unaliving her two children. And she's got another case that's going to happen as soon as this one's done. But for this case, she's representing herself, and court has now kind of started. So we're going to hop in live. There we go. Let me get the sound up.
Right now, please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed
One
into the
juror's
opening
missing?
statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but
I don't want to tell you, Your Honor. I don't know.
Things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness
No.
or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would you testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Sidebar. We got the sidebar to go.
Sidebar.
Is she going to go up there or is she going to have to talk from the microphone? Oh, she's not going to get to go up there. That's interesting, y'all. Okay, guys, I got to look for a cable for honey. I have a mess of cables. So she is really, really. So she has to listen. She has to listen to sidebar through headphones. Oh my gosh, she can't get up and go. We have to get an internet cable. I have one, but I don't know where it is. Well, I'm looking. Okay, it's not here, honey. I'll have to look later. I was hoping I could grab it quickly, but it doesn't appear that I can. I thought I had another one, but I guess I don't. I try to keep all my cables by cable type and kind, but sometimes they get a little bit messed up. Guys, prosecution ended. It's Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm glitching today because my mute button was not muted. Okay. As a gavel drops, thank you so much for your support of this channel and all the fabulous documents. If you too would like to have access, go to Discord. In Discord, go to As a Gavel Drops, register, validate your account, and then you too can have all the wonderful court documents that we have here. Once again, thank you, As a Gavel Drops, for being a fabulous partner. I don't know why it's the mute button is not functioning, so I'm going to stop using that one and I will use another one. I will start using another one because this one is getting glitchy and I apologize. I know I saw no sound. So the interesting thing is with the Similtilly trial is now that the defense has the case. I'm going to see how long it takes for the defense to put on their case in chief. So, I mean, not their case, the closing argument. And that judge gave a little grin when he said that. He was not going to take 3 days, just 2.5. I hope he's joking. Right now, we are waiting for opening statements. They were trying to do housekeeping, and one of the jurors was not present. Before we went into this break, there was a debate on whether a witness for Lori Vallow Daybell or Lori Daybell could sit in the courtroom and be present for all the testimonies, being there is a witness. Go figure. So we'll see what it does. We'll see what they say. Yeah, I'm getting all kind of notifications on that last video we did that can't get monetized because it's a copyright. I don't understand. I don't understand how so many people were able to use that, but I couldn't. I have no idea. So I'll have to go back and edit that section out, and I'll be happy to do that. Please donate to a cup of coffee to the As the Gavel Drops. Definitely. They are fabulous and they need all the help we can give them. Here is As the Gavel Drops Discord. And here is the buymeacoffee.com / as the Gavely, Gavely. Go and support them. Become a monthly member. You don't have to take a whole lot. It could be $2. It could be $5, $10, whatever you can afford. Or buy them or you can just do it one time. Whatever floats your boat. But please go and support them because it is expensive Oh, really? Ada K. Someone, Yana just sent me a message. Ada K. Her attorney called her Monica Lewinsky, so it's not just you, LOL. I keep calling her Monica Lewinsky instead of Monica Cementilli. I know, isn't that horrible? I know, I know, I did, but I just can't help it. Just can't help it. We've known Monica Lewinsky's name so much longer. Yes, there you go. Thank you, Haley Maz. I do love your emoji. That is so cute. I need to add about 10 emojis to my YouTube that my members can use. By the way, if you're a member, there are certain you click on the emoji button to do an emoji. We have special emojis, y'all. Yes. And it's the ILY, the hearing aid, the gavel, mind blown, rainbow unicorn poo, um, I Mod Love, I Heidi the Highlander, my cup of coffee. Here, I'll post it here for you guys to see. But those are all of the special emojis. Now, I can add a lot more, but my problem is I got to create them. So if you have some cute little emojis that you want to create and enter and show them to me, and if I just can't resist them, I'll put them in. I'll put them in. Let me go and see how many emojis we can add now. Let's see how many emojis we can add now. Next. Back. I don't need that. Developers. Oh, there it is. Emojis. Let me see. How many more emojis? 1, 2, 3. I can add 3 emojis. I've lost 13 members. Wow. But I can add up to 3 more emojis. So I need 13 new members to be able to add more. But right now, 3 new ones would be cool. Ada, have you gifted your membership? Oh, no. How about if I just gift 5 now? Let's see who gets them. Okay, I just gifted 5 memberships. Kaylee Hartford gets one. I'm not a gold nerd for, I don't know these people. I don't know any of these people. None of them have I ever seen on our channel for gifted memberships. Yay! That's good. I guess I can just go ahead and gift the other 5. Let's see who gets them. KBF. Yay! Wonderful. So we've got a lot of people who've been gifted memberships. So I've gifted these memberships. I forget that I can gift memberships. I forget. I do. Thank you so much for that. Well, let me see what he's doing. Monica's sitting there with a sourpuss face, as usual. Congratulations to everybody who got a gifted member. Yay! You're wonderful. Thank you so much for reminding me about that. Looks like they're coming in. The camera is wiggling. Nope, we're still waiting. Congratulations. Oh, for those of you who do not know, I'll put my shoes on. My toes have been cold all day and I can't seem to get them warm, even with the heating pad. Okay, we had a winner for the last month's giveaway. Give me a second. I will get it up so y'all can see who the winner was. Journeys, you are the one that won the $50 gift card. I will be trying to get a hold of you soon to get that to you. It is anybody who wins a gift from me. My email is in the description of every video. You need to email me your contact information, name, address, phone number, email, so I can get it to you. Yes, it was Journeys. Thank you, Haley Mouse. Journeys won the $50 gift card, and BL Blazy won the month before. She's already gotten her gift card. She already spent it. She asked me. She asked for Amazon. If it's something that I can do online and it doesn't have to be Starbucks. But if you want Starbucks, you can have Starbucks. Oh my God, we gotta go. We gotta go back here. I'm going to share this screen for a moment. This is a Monica Simatilli, but you gotta listen.
For that
He is going
affair.
off.
Even if you find her not guilty, she has been in jail for 8 years because of that affair. She is paid guilty. What you have to decide is if they have proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means when she covered up the phones and wanted to delete this and wanted to go, whatever she did, was it WhatsApp he put her on? Whatever the evidence was, that they went to the nightclub and she was dancing in Las Vegas and stripping and sending lurid, explicit, pornographic photos to her lover. Was it necessary to put all that on? Did you need that? Those photos of her dancing and the descriptions of having oral sex, swinging, whatever, did you need to see all that in front of her sister? Did they have to show those photographs?
Yeah, they did.
Whatever you find about the murder charge,
Y'all, the best part of this trial is when they put a picture in front of her sister and they told her what it was. And she goes, "Do I have to look at this?" And they go, "Yes, you do." And she goes, it was priceless. The thought of having a family member have to validate the wallpaper in my parents' bathroom as they are staring at the picture of my vajayjay. And I mean, intimate picture of my vajay. I wouldn't do that anyway, but the thought of that just mortifies me. But she deserves it.
one thing is clear. They set out to assassinate her character, and they did a damn good job.
They did.
And you know what?
They had a lot of good evidence to use. They had a lot to choose
A
from.
lot of it was her fault. Absolutely. You will not hear us come up here and excuse or explain one of the acts she did in having the affair or covering up the affair. What we will address is the evidence they say proves she committed the murder. The murder. Let's move on to the next slide. You heard a lot about circumstantial evidence in the prosecution. That means
Sometimes it's better to face the bad stuff head on and just admit to some of the stuff, but it doesn't mean she murdered. That's what red roomed. Doesn't mean that she
basically there's direct evidence that Robert Baker committed the crime. Actually, no one saw him do it. That's a lot of circumstantial evidence too. His DNA was there and he's running up, and then of course he confessed. That's pretty good evidence. But the rest of the evidence is circumstantial. In other words, if she was on the phone, if they put in a new system, if she deleted some messages, if she was seeing him surreptitiously, she was dancing with him, if she covered this up and that up, is that evidence of the murder or the affair? Because if circumstantial evidence as to any particular count permits two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt, the other two are innocence, you must adopt that interpretation that points to the defendant's innocence and reject that interpretation that points to her guilt. So on the other hand, and this is fair, if one interpretation is unreasonable and the other is reasonable, you must accept the reasonable and reject the unreasonable. Monica Simatilli, in 8 years, has never confessed to the murder of her husband.
What?
You didn't see one bit of evidence where she says, my God, why did we kill him? Well, how could I do this? Either overheard or not overheard. She's the only one. Baker and Austin, my God, have gotten into court and pled guilty to the murder of Fabio Simatilli. Not her. Everything about, and no one saw her kill him, which obviously she did not, as if she needed an alibi, as if she would have found the body, and we'll get to that. This timing is so crucial to you in this case. By itself, it establishes reasonable doubt, the timing of this small window you heard so much about, and I'll get to that. It's all circumstantial evidence. And if you assume, if you presume, like the law requires you, that she is innocent, as she sits here right now, and you presume that throughout your deliberations, and you presume she was having an affair, everything she did is consistent with the affair. And if there are two reasons, now it could be consistent with the murder also, if you destroy messages, or if you're at the house, or if you lie about something that police talk to you, or you hassle them about insurance, and I'll get to that. Yeah, that could be evidence that points to guilt. It also could point to evidence that points to innocence. Yes, she wants the insurance. She got 2 kids. She knows she did nothing wrong. Why are they holding it up? And I want you to listen, and we may play some of those because I'm not going to be here 3 days, but I'll be here a few hours. All this so-called haranguing of Parshall, who unfortunately is not here and died, totally unrelated to this, but all we have are the phone messages recorded. If you remember, there are about 5 or 6. They were played to you. Play a couple. They're very short. Interestingly, one was a message from Monica that we believed had nothing to do with the affair, and that one is...
Hello, lovely.
Hi, how are you doing? And how's this progressing?
Let me catch you up. The Monica Simatilli, not Lewinsky, closing arguments for the prosecution went 3 days into the 3rd day. Now we have the defense up, and he says he's going to be hours, not days.
Oh, wonderful.
But then you get a rebuttal from the state on their closing argument. So Lori Vallow Daybell, we're just going to call her Lori Daybell, finger speller LVD for her name.
Yeah.
Court was there, and they were discussing a witness that is on her list that was in the courtroom. Anyway, they went on break. They had one juror that had not yet arrived for some unknown reason. So now we're back to watching closing arguments while we're waiting on the Vallow which I will let everybody see what I'm staring at. That's what I'm staring at. So we're going to jump over to closing arguments while we're waiting for the Lori Vallow trial to get back into the swing of things. Hello,
Minute.
good to see you, says Elena.
Hello, Elena. I'm having my dessert first. It's my daughter-in-law's birthday cake.
Oh, okay. There's camera movement, but not much. I know he sounds like a comic actor, but I can't think of who. Oh, I know. He sounds comedian.
Can't be found. It's gone. All right.
Just finished eating, and
But there are plenty.
Didn't tell you.
And you have been led to believe
oh, I'm so jealous.
that every time she called up LAPD, whether it was Parshall, and they said Parshall had the best relationship with her, or anyone else, that she was just fixated on insurance. That's all she was thinking about, caring about. You listen to those and presume she's innocent, remember, as you are required to do. Wouldn't you be calling up knowing that what they were waiting for is to clear her? Well, why haven't you cleared me? That's what an innocent person would do. It's been 4, 5, 6 months. You had blood all over the car. Why haven't you cleared me? What about my children? Have you cleared them? My God, have you cleared Jessica and Isabella? Are they really co-conspirators? For a while, I thought they were going to call them that because they had the nerve to stand by their mother. Well, they know their mother a lot better than the prosecution knows their mother. And they love their father. And when they said, we stand by our mother, we just don't believe she could have done this, they meant it. And you know what? It cost them dearly as well. It cost them the relationship with all of the relatives of Fabio. Every one of them deserted her. More than deserted her, and excuse my language, one of them called her a bitch and a cunt. Those are horrible words.
Oh, whoa. Diane, you're really dark.
I can fix that.
I'm sorry, love.
It's no problem. I really can.
Hey, I'm going to let you know because you may be told this. There was a deaf person that joined the last time you were live and said they couldn't understand you.
Okay.
And I think it was the internet connection. You were real blurry.
No problem.
Right now, it looks great.
Well, we know how it goes. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's not.
I know. So I just told them to come back. I told them it was bad internet connections. What you looking for?
I was looking for my cloth to clean my glasses.
All right. I'll let this play while you do that.
And the only reason I repeat them is because they are, and they were said, admittedly, by Morella to one of the girls. This is how they treated them. But it wasn't how they treated them before the arrest, was it? Before the arrest, when they presumed Monica had nothing to do with it, as you are legally bound to presume.
Oh, that's better.
Yes, the language was in evidence.
What was the relationship between the family? They were grieving together. They attended wakes together. They flew to Canada to honor him, and not every flight was paid for. Funeral, yes. Honoring him, no. The whole family was there.
Monica was paid for, not
They were grieving together. They flew down. They helped out. They helped with food and lodging, and the girls lived, I think, for a while at Deborah Obad's. Everybody was helping out and feeling sorry for Monica and Isabella, as well they should have. Did any of them before the arrest, which was 4 months later, anyone from Wella, and you heard 5 or 6 witnesses, Henry Meyer, Eversbacher, Thor, Alicia Truesdale, you heard several witnesses testify. And you heard several family members testify. And basically, if you just sat in this audience and you listened to them from the witness stand, you would have thought, my God, they must be right. This Monica was a real work of art. She didn't care. She was getting drunk. She was singing My Way. First time I have ever heard the song My Way criticized for being sung. And it was Fabio's favorite song. But that was no good. The way she dressed was no good. The way she acted was no good. The way she hounded Mr. Mayor was no good. The way she hounded Truesdale was no good. Where's the insurance? What are you doing? Did any of them go to the police or anyone else, the head of the company, and say, you know what? Fabio was just murdered, and you ought to see how Monica is behaving. She is hounding us about insurance. She can't believe she hasn't been paid. She wants to know how much money's coming in. She wants to know about his options. She wants to know how long you're going to pay him. She wants to know all these things. Maybe she's involved. Maybe you ought to look at her. Why is she so obsessed with all that? Did any of them go to the police and say that? Because none of them were interviewed for those 4 months between the murder and the arrest, were they? You look it up. Then, what happens? Then the police tell Jessica, having the nerve to first sit her down and start questioning her again. By the way, do you remember when your mom did this? You know, and we're getting close. Don't worry. That we'll be.
I know people are here waiting for the Lori Daybell trial. It is still in a recess. So we are watching closing arguments in lieu. So don't run away.
Can I get closed captioning?
He's looking for that. Let me just tell you.
I have it.
Okay.
Basically says, and you'll
Have it
see,
here, don't you?
is that
Yeah.
he learned.
So fast, but that's fine.
It what?
It's okay.
Is it not big enough?
No, it's fine. It just drops really fast, but it's fine. It's okay.
Okay. Well, I have captioning on the Daybell trial as well.
Okay.
If it works, I hope it works. They don't always.
We'll see.
Learned that Monica killed Fabio with Baker. Everything opened up. Here's what it is. That's Luigi's testimony from the trial of this terrible crime. There was something asked about this terrible crime, which indeed it was. Answer, right. Once you go back and start recollecting, it becomes very clear. The puzzle pieces fit together very easily. So at the time, no. But once I heard about the events in the case, you know, the clouds cleared and things started making sense again. What he's saying is at the time of the murder, none of this made sense about Monica being involved. But once I heard about the events, their arrest and the police saying they did it, there's no doubt, everything started to make sense again. And the problem is that none of these people from Wella or the family, most of the other witnesses were interviewed until after they knew or were told.
He does in fact have relevant information. He might be called as a witness, but so far the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list who can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Ooh, interesting breakthrough. Interesting. Are y'all ready? I wish I had that music. Dun 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 dun. You know the music I'm talking about?
No.
Well, it's what they play at baseball, basketball, and football games when you say, "Are you ready?" Dun 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 dun.
That music.
That music. Oh.
I know that sound. I gave 5 bags of clothing to Goodwill this weekend. Big black trash bags of clothing.
Mm.
Yeah. They're working in the closet, staying in the closet. Have to come out of the closet sometime.
So, how is my precious Diane doing today?
Uh, doing okay. Tired, but what's new about that?
Yeah. So are you? What's your schedule like?
7:30 to 2:30 every day this week. In class. No, we'll talk later a little bit. We need to talk as soon as this is finished.
Do you want to text me?
Yes. Yeah.
Look at this pretty fountain pen.
Isn't that pretty? That really is pretty.
I love fountain pens.
I've got fountain pens galore. So do I. Um, uh,
I just got a warning. NASDAQ is up 0.62%. Congratulations.
uh,
Okay, Judge, are you talking and there's no volume? So we're not supposed to be hearing this. Did you instant message or text? Hi, honey. One sunny day. One sunny day.
Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah.
Perfect, Diane. What? Are you going to be working at a hospital?
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later."
This is sick.
As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles. She called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew.
Thank you so much, June. By the way, breaking news, Karen Reed, done for the day. No new jurors added today. We still remain at 10 jurors.
That Charles
you
was a
so much,
punctual
June.
person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone.
I've got to take a comfort break.
During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her Temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. So I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot, and fell. It dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back, and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m. and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone.
Hey,
The 911 call
Tell
was
me.
placed at 36 a.m.
I was writing furiously.
I know. That's why I just waited patiently.
47 minutes later.
Sorry.
The
You could've
police
texted me.
arrived at
I would've framed the blame.
5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they asked her, told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him. before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Okay, this is going to be good. Ned is the demonic name given to Charles Vallow by Lori Vallow, claiming he was possessed. So we're going to take a little break. Someone's chugging cough medicine. Hey. My son, when he was a child and he drank cough medicine, he'd go,
Yeah, I want to.
all right.
Oh. Moving on.
Hold on. I'm getting ready for the notes on Lori's Daybell's opening statement. Ba-da-da-da-dun, dun, dun.
Oh,
All right.
Would
Will
you
the
get
defendant be
out
giving
here?
an opening statement?
da,
Okay.
da, da.
Because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about
Juror 3 was
1:20
late.
p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
I love.
4:30? Let me see it again. Let's see it again.
I'm gonna mutt.
I want to see your pen again. Is it a fountain pen? Oh, yeah. You should see my collection of them.
I want vintage ones.
Well, I've had these long enough, they could be vintage.
Ha, ha, ha,
No,
ha.
I mean, I'm vintage, honey. I'm vintage.
I want to thank everybody for joining me so much. And I have to say, I really love my mods and I love all of you. And thank you so much for your support.
I like your mods too. Ooh.
But now, since we got a lunch break, we're going to go back to this one. Wherever I put it. Let's see what he
Now, how would you look at things if it was your family and your Fabio? How would you look at things at Wella when it's clear they adore this man? And let me make it clear, you won't hear a negative word about Fabio Cimentilli from this side, and I doubt from that side. If there's anything we all agree on, it's the kind of person he was. An employee rising up, beloved by everyone. Then they hear Monica had him killed with her lover, Baker. By the way, what do you recall about Monica making contact with you after the murder? Well, I got to tell you, she was rabid about that. Every time she called, it was insurance, insurance, insurance. She didn't even mention Fabio. And my God, the cremation, he shouldn't have been cremated. He should have been buried. That was a real problem. Oh, you should have seen the way Monica acted at the funeral, at the wake. My God, she was drinking too much. She wasn't dressed. She was my way. How inappropriate, one of them said. Everything, the clouds cleared and things started making sense. Thank you, Jeremy. All of a sudden, for the first time, we heard about lack of tears. We heard about he shouldn't have been cremated. We heard about My Way. We heard about replacing Bella's total Fiat and buying a Mustang. We heard about the focus on life insurance. That's when we started hearing about that, after they were told they had been arrested and Monica was guilty. If she had had tears, they would have been fake tears. Whatever she had done, it would have been wrong. Because you didn't hear about lack of tears except from Gable at the grand jury. No one who came to the house that night ever said, you know what? She wasn't crying. Well, some people cry and some don't. I cry in movies more than I cry over tragedies in the family. That's just me. Some said Bella was frozen. She didn't know how to react. Everyone who was asked the day of the murder and shortly thereafter, the police asking him said yes. She was heartbroken. She wore his sweatshirt for a week. She wanted to sleep in his bed that night. All of that is going to be turned around and made dirty.
Here we go.
Because if you conclude,
The fake emotions are coming.
presume she was guilty, if you presume she is guilty, that everything she did is going to look bad. It's going to look not kosher. Something's wrong. But if you look at her as the law requires and presume for the purposes of the short time you have left, which is now listening to me, and I thank you for that. You have no choice, but I thank you for that.
Yeah.
Because this is still part of the trial. If you presume she is innocent when you go back there, just look at the evidence from the prism of she is innocent and had nothing to do with the murder. And then you'll see that asking about the insurance was not that Crazy, because it also was acting about, when are you going to find out who did this? And about her financial issues, you're going to realize she didn't know that Wella was going to give him 6 months' salary and take care of the hospital and medical and forgive the car loan. She didn't know that originally when she's supposed to be obsessed with insurance in the beginning. Well, yeah, if your husband suddenly dies and you know he has insurance and you know it's for the kids, remember, half of that money, almost half, maybe a little less, was going to the children. Some was going to Luigi. Monica wanted Luigi to know that he had a separate policy that was going to protect his college education. All of that now becomes dirty.
Moot.
And everything she did in terms of having the affair with Baker was made even more dirty. It was made slutty. She was made into a whore.
Shoo!
What did they uncover
She was one. What can I say? What can I say? Only a hoe dresses like that.
with all those surveillance? Imagine
Only a hoe would send those pictures as a married woman.
the manpower and
My
the
whole thing.
cost to go around surveilling and tracking their cars and where they went for 4 months. What have they found? She kissed a bouncer. They went to nightclubs. She didn't come home every night when she should have.
It was a hoe.
If that was a crime, my mom would have been in jail. Everyone's had nights when you're 16.
I nearly spit that all over my electronics. Holy crap. Dude. Hell, my mama would have been in jail. Well, you calling your mama a hoe? I hope she's deceased and not having to hear this. Holy crap.
17, 18, and mom and dad are supposed to be home at 10 and they come in at 12. Okay. It's not cool. It's not good. It doesn't make him a murderer. And what did you see? You saw text messages over a 4-month period for 3 nights. One of them when Jessica was saying, hey, take it easy, Bella. You were going out too.
You were hoeing too.
Was it good for her? Was it the right thing to do for her to continue her affair with Robert Baker after Fabio was killed?
Look at her.
That's an easy question. Of course not. But they had been having the affair for a year before then. And whatever it was in her psyche or her marriage or her upbringing, or her sexual desires, I can't tell you. I'm not a psychiatrist.
But you just called your mama.
But I can tell you this, that none of that makes you a murderer. And the worse they try to make her look, the more you should ask yourself, why? Why? Tanya, I had all this evidence. She did it, this forensic evidence. We will go through every one of the forensic evidence. We will show you when they say Monica only contacted Baker when she was eventually cleared. They said another ruse. Everything that police did in this case was a lie. Okay, they told you why, but it was. It wasn't true that Monica first told Baker. 2 nights before, he told his family. She was there for graduation. She got an email 2 days before saying we're close. The letter's going to be written. You're going to be cleared. They celebrated. She and Anna and her family. 2 days later, she gets the final email. You have been cleared. Yes, she lets Baker know. It's her lover. What? She's going to let him know. And I guess the next day they were supposed to fly off to Italy in a plane and buy half the real estate in Las Vegas. Do you really think that Monica's family was ever going to accept Robert Baker as her new partner? There's a big reason why she wasn't going to divorce him. It had nothing to do with religion. She got married because of the divorce that Fabio had when they were having an affair. She wasn't going to divorce him, and she certainly wasn't, after the murder, going to say, "Oh, I just want you to know, I miss my husband, but hey, it's okay, boy. I got a real winner for you now. He's a child molester and a porn star." That was never going to happen. She was never going to divorce him. She had everything she wanted, moral or not. She had a loving husband, making a good living, living the good life, 2 beautiful kids, and whatever Mr. Baker offered, in bed or otherwise, she had that too. Why kill him?
So you're saying she had her cake and she ate it too?
Why kill him? Not even to mention having the ability to plan a plot to kill your husband. I mean, that takes pretty devious mind. Did she have a criminal record? Was there anything in her background that would make you believe that she'd run off with this porn star and kill her husband to be with him?
There goes
No
my
chance.
monetization, y'all.
But where does that leave him? Where does that leave the wonderful Mr. Baker?
Out.
If she goes,
Y'all, you can't make this up. I see you, babe. Okay, go lay down. Go lay down. Okay. I haven't heard the word porn star used in so many times in such a small time span.
back to her family and her husband or find somebody new. He's gone. He was broke at the time. You check the records. He didn't have a dollar to his name. You can bet he wanted money because he thought she had it. But it wasn't her wanting the money. He did. She had plenty. And if she divorced him, and we'll put that death versus divorce chart up there. And by the way, the death versus divorce was not introduced by us. Oh, you had Mr. Malatesta, and he was up there telling you how he represented Britney Spears and this one and that one. You know what? That's Mr. Malatesta. He's a show-off. Does it make him a bad lawyer? Does it make him wrong about alimony? Who was right about alimony? Miss Eversbacher put up, here's what you get for death, and here's what she got from divorce, much more from death. And you know what? There was nothing in the categories for alimony. Now, she said, well, it's speculative. And okay, so put up there, speculative. Oh, it could have been 5 years or 10 years. So put up there, 5 years, 20,000 a year, whatever, you get 100,000, 50,000 a year. He was making a lot of money. They were married for 20 years. This is a no-fault state, which means you could have 20 affairs, and if you get divorced and you were married in California, you get community property. I don't care what kind of cheater you were or adulterer you were. That's not even up there. Then they put up there for the P&G stock options, $935,000. So she knew if she had him killed, she'd get $935,000. That is BS. That is so false, it's hard even to discuss it. She took the amount that the options were worth in 2023, 2024, 7 years later, and the only reason they were exercised is because Mr. Rubin, the administrator of the estate who was chosen by Luigi, got a letter from Procter & Gamble saying, you got options here. You don't exercise them, you're going to lose them. So he exercised them, $935,000. And that was Monica's planning? She'd been rotting in jail for 7 years. You don't think she could have used some of the money from the options? At least to pay her lawyer.
Okay, guys, it's be careful what you type because that one word somebody used can't be typed. Horn, HORN is what I'm saying. Type that. Can't say horn if you want to type it.
Good job.
She's a host star.
This is a good time to break. Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admin supplies on this.
Oh, okay. Both of them are on lunch and recess. So we get to talk. Oh my gosh. Your voice is on, Diane.
Oh, yay, my voice is on. Hallelujah, glory to God. Yes, that works. I don't ever get to talk. Sometimes my student goes, okay, I turn it up. All right.
Wow, y'all. What do y'all think? I'm looking. I'm just going into there. It dinged me.
I could not tell you.
I don't see it. June, I don't see it in member chat. No, you can't use the see you next Tuesday popsicle on raw. No. Nutella, I don't know. You can't say home. You can't say see you next Tuesday. You can't say certain words. There you go. You can do that. Corn, something like, please don't use a word that can give me strike. I've already got a copyright today on something that everybody else has been using. Why? Unless they just started claiming copyright.
Yeah. I don't have your cards. I'm positive you have your cards. I do not have them. Well, I will look in here for your pink thing. But
Okay, June, I'm in Discord. I'm in member chat. Don't say anything. Oh, that. Thank you. I forget about we have that. While leaving court, Karen Reed said her team has used 10 of the 16 preemptory challenges. Oh, how many have the others used? Use. So they've used 10 of their 16. I wonder how many the states used because they get 16 as well. Thank you so much for that, June. I appreciate you keeping me updated. Wow. Yeah. Prawn, corn, something like that. Yep, that's fine. We do need to be careful. If they're saying it, I can get demonetized, but if you're typing it, and I can get stricken. Yana, Cemetilli defense opened its crossing argument with that promise. Not going to take as long as the prosecution. That's right. She took almost 3 days. I'm just going to take 2 and 2.5. Hopefully you're laughing. He continued. The hardest thing as a defense attorney is to a cell phone ring. Listen to the phone going off in the middle of your argument. And her defense is even calling her Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky. That is so funny. Monica Lewinsky Cemetilli needs to be her new name. Wow. That's insane. Thank you, Yana. I know Yana will not be watching this trial. That's fine. They have been on lunch a very short while. Okay. What if we take lunch? Oh, you're off. There you go.
you better get you can get it.
Not anymore.
You wanna see something cute?
Send it to me.
No.
Oh,
I think that is.
birthday. Your daughter, your son? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I got 3 sons. Which one you think?
I don't know.
That is the first one. He's going to be 50 this year.
Oh, I'm older than him.
Uh,
I'm just drunk. I'm
yeah,
so
he's
Yeah.
so cute. So, anyway. Well, my stove is hooked up and working. It's a miracle.
Yeah, it is.
How is Mr. Gerald doing?
Honey, are you in the other office watching, Gerald? I asked, how are you?
Is
You
he
can
in your, is
So
he at your place or his place?
mine. Well, the
Oh.
office.
Oh, yes.
I can't get my toes warm, and my feet are on a freaking heating pad. I thought you were going to contact. They asked how you were.
You know what you need to do?
Hey, come here. What?
You need to go to like Home Depot and get you some of those glove warmers that you put in your gloves and put them in your socks.
Scrunch down, honey.
Scrunch down. How you doing, Scrunch down?
And she said, "How you doing, Scrunch down?"
I guess he said good. I read his lips.
Okay, you don't have to stay on camera.
Yeah,
I wanted a face to the name.
yeah. Go to Home Depot and get you some of those glove warmers. Get you a half dozen to a dozen of them. And then just, when you do them, put them in your socks. It's just like putting your toes right on a hot wood stove.
Well,
Really.
they're on a heating pad, which is high.
Yeah,
And
well,
that works. But
I-
my toes.
well, I'm telling you. I was telling you, I got answers to some things. Other things I don't.
I want to do this every time I hear Monica Cemetilli's name.
No. Yeah, I know.
I can't even frow like her, and I don't have any kind of Botox or whatever.
Well, I'm so bright. I'm so bright and shiny there. You can't see my wrinkles. I used to have a friend who go, if I could get your face up, I'd just put it right here. Right here.
Well, you know what? Maybe I need one. Look
just
at that.
right, just right there. It takes care of this. Right there. Right
I
there.
need to get rid of this.
My daughter does Botox. She looks fantastic.
I want this.
There.
I got a waddle. I've always had a little bit of a line. I've never had a very sharp angled profile.
Do I have a waddle? I don't know if I do or not. I can't see.
A little one. I got a big one.
Oh. This will help with that. 1, 2, 3. Count to 10 and then 10 backwards. No, tilt your head up and do it.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
This is I've always had that slant because of the way I'm designed.
Well, you look at here. Look what I got going on here. My face is starting to thin out. I'm so happy.
Yeah, we're both losing weight. I haven't weighed myself. I don't know what I am today.
I can wave to you. Ah. Yeah.
Spirit fingers. Jazz hands.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking for stuff for us to do. I'm going to look for something.
I'm going to go into the, I'll be right back. I'm going to go in there just a minute and I'm looking for a particular notebook. I'll be right back. Don't get rid of me.
I just did. I just did. Oh, we're going to share this.
House. Just figured I'd come on and do a quick
Add to stage. That would help.
good afternoon, everybody. Nate Eaton here outside the courthouse. Just figured I'd come on and do a quick little update. We have officially begun the Lori Vallow Daybell trial here in Phoenix. Today began with a juror who was late, And so we had to wait for that juror. But then there was also another juror who's apparently brought in a letter from his boss who had concerns about jury duty. And ultimately, the judge ended up dismissing the juror after the prosecution gave opening statements, simply because the juror said that if I serve on this jury, it's going to hurt me financially with child support and alimony. And the judge said, is there a reason you didn't bring this up last week? He said he was unaware that that his employer did not provide a benefit. So there was that issue. There was another issue involving Brandon Boudreaux, who was there to observe the opening statements. Of course, this trial is not about a shooting on his life. This is about Charles Vallow's death. But the prosecution asked if he could stay in the courtroom. He is a witness. He's listed on Lori's list as a witness, but he was never served a subpoena. And the judge had to ask her, what is the relevant information he has pertaining to your case? They went into a sidebar where they all put on their headphones. Lori did, the prosecution did, and the judge to discuss this. Brandon then had to be walked out for a brief moment and brought back in. And then the judge ruled that Brandon could stay. He struck him from the witness list without prejudice, meaning he can bring it back up again if he feels that it's important.
Sorry, guys.
If Brandon can testify to things as pertaining to the case, he could get called. But for now, he can be in the courtroom. Well, then finally, after, I don't know, a little over an hour of delays, the prosecution gave their opening statement. And Trina K did it. It was about an hour, 40 minutes to an hour. I have to double check the exact timing. And she testified that Lori felt that she needed to do as Nephi would do. Nephi being a prophet from the Book of Mormon who was instructed to kill a man in the Book of Mormon. And she talked about how the jurors will see text messages between Lori. They will hear from witnesses who, including Adam Cox, who had come to Phoenix to help do some sort of intervention for his sister who had been talking about things concerning Charles. We will hear from detectives. We will hear from the medical examiner. An interesting person we will hear from is a woman who went on a date with Charles the night before he was killed. She will testify that Charles, according to Trina K, that Charles told her all about his quote-unquote crazy wife, the life insurance policy, the beneficiary being changed. Charles had...
What a first date. See, all right, both men and women, if you are not over your ex, and if you cannot sit and have dinner with another person, woman, date, without having to bring up all your mama drama from your ex-wife, then don't date. Don't date.
Had apparently told this woman, Nancy Joe, all of this stuff. And then after July 11th, he ghosted her. And she thought, oh, I must have done something, or he doesn't like me anymore, whatever she thought. She didn't realize that he had been killed until she actually saw the news. So she's going to testify in this trial. You're also going to hear from the detectives who responded to the case. There's body camera footage. The firearms expert who will testify about the trajectory of the bullets that Charles Vallow was shot in his chest. One interesting point Trina K made is that there was no other blood in the home that day other than the blood pooling beneath Charles's body. Alex Cox didn't have any blood on his hand, on his face. There were no towels that had blood on them. There were no drips throughout the house. She is making the argument that if it really was self-defense, why wasn't he bleeding? Why wasn't there a scene, something with Alex's? Instead, she says it was staged. And she talks about how Lori Vallow left the house, called Alex, I believe, 3 minutes after she left the home. They then spoke again 17 minutes later, and then called 911. So that's what happened this morning. After lunch ends around 1:30 Arizona time, so that's 2:30 in Idaho. Then Lori Vallow will give her opening statement, and she has said she wants to give one today. It's her option. She could wait and give one after the state rests, but she wants to do it now. So she will give her opening statement, and then we will see who or which witnesses the state calls. Kay Woodcock is here. Brandon Boudreaux is here. Jerry Vallow, Charles's brother, is here. Let's see who else is in the courtroom. There's Rex Connor, Lori's uncle, is in the courtroom with some of his daughters, and a couple of other extended family members, I believe, are here. The courtroom is packed. Every seat is taken. In fact, there were some people who weren't able to get in this morning, and I predict that might be how it goes the next few days, few weeks. And then a lot of media. All the media seats are packed. There's national media, local media, and stuff like that. So I'm gonna head back inside. I wanted to come down and give you an update. Gonna go grab some lunch. Jordan is making sure all the video feed gets to you. We realize there might be some issues with sound or the camera work. That's not on us. Court TV is the pool camera, and it's always day one. So they're gonna work on getting those kinks worked out. One thing that helps if you're having a problem hearing is putting in earbuds or earphones. That often helps if you can kind of isolate the sound in there. But if you didn't have a chance to watch, I'm doing written updates on my X account, also on eastidahonews.com. And then tonight, please join me for Courtroom Insider. I'll break it all down, the first day of the trial and the first day of many, as we will see. So here's a quick glance outside the courthouse. Beautiful day in Phoenix, probably in the 80s, maybe the 90s. Not 90s, 80s. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful area. Okay, so I am going to head inside now, and we'll keep you updated. I'm Nate Eaton for East Idaho News. Thanks for watching.
All righty then. There we go. I think I'm going to try and find him on X, because he seems to have his. Yep. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's who I wanted to follow. Follow, 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 follow me. Got it up there. Awesome. So wonderful. So now we can follow him. Yay! Ba-boom. There we go. Looking forward to Crazy Lori's opening. I know, nobody go anywhere. I'll have it right here. We're going to have it right here. Everybody is going live with this. Oh my gosh. Well, we just watched it, so we don't need to recap. I need to wake up. I need coffee. Honey. No kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Everybody. This case is getting almost more than Karen Reed. So I wonder why they have used 10 of their 16, whatever that's called, where they deny or excuse a juror. But they are. Huh, excuse me. Squeeze me. Yeah, do you know what, Haley Mouse? You obviously are a good listener. You obviously are a very good listener. Caleb, nice to Seba, sorry. Seba, it was nice to see you earlier today. Hey, honey bun. Can you go look in the coffee bar? Open a cabinet. There should be a red cup or a coffee mug, a big one. Not one of the little dinky ones. Yeah, you just put that in. I'll clean it. Yeah, I got coffee in here. I just need a mug. I'm not used to having somebody bring me things. I'm used to having to run and get them myself. Wow. Wow. So did any of you guys see my, what is it called? It's like a preview video when you click on the live and it runs a little video while you wait for me. I've never done that before. No, babe. In that room by the bathrooms where the coffee, it's a regular ceramic coffee mug. Thank you, babe. Oh. Oh, you're an angel. Thank you, honey. So there we go. I had to get everything back. So anyway, he's a keeper, Ada. Well,
Daughter married a keeper. That's her last name, Keeper.
your voice is high.
I said my daughter married a keeper. Her last name is Keeper.
Oh, there you go. His name ain't Keeper, though.
But he's a keeper.
So far, he's a keeper.
Okay, that works. I agree with you.
Perfecto.
Mm.
Everyone's saying you're a keeper. And I said, so far, you're a keeper, but I don't know. We missing something.
I was going to go. Is that hand still empty?
Chad has been compared to Peter Griffin, Family Guy, and Lori, the beautiful, poisonous dart frog.
Well,
How did the short? I've never done that. I've never made a short like that. And it runs every time someone clicks on this video. I'm going to try and do one for Karen Reed. I've never done it. So I wish I had somebody who could just make these for me, because I am not the best at all this. And I'm learning to do all of this all on my own.
how about that?
And that is challenging.
You'll never
Okay.
do that.
Water in this thing. Sometimes it takes it, sometimes it don't.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes
Sometimes you don't.
most of the time I do. My family tree full of nuts, and if you shake it, they'll all fall out.
Oh my gosh.
You know that?
So funny. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Nope.
It's not for Nazi.
Reports back on my first papers from my professor.
How did we do?
Well, I'll tell you how we did. I know this professor. I've had him before, so I kind of know what he likes.
That's good.
But we only have to answer 4 out of the 5 questions. I just answer all 5 anyway.
Yes.
And he said, outstanding start. Please keep it up till the end of our class.
Mhm.
Then he said on the other one, very thorough and comprehensive, Ada K. And many thanks. Regards, Dr. Lee.
Yes. Considering he wasn't going to be a good student before.
Well, I hate that these tests that are true and false. And I took a quiz, and everyone that was true or false, not everyone, each quiz I missed 1 point. So, and it was true or false, and I clicked false, and I know I clicked false, but when I went and looked at it, it said that I clicked true. Kind of irritated me, but what can I do?
Yeah. You know what I've learned to do? When I take a quiz like that, I will write down the page number that the answer's on and put it in there beside my answer.
No, I screenshot them.
Okay, that works too.
That's what, because it's all digital now. So I'm going to start screenshotting them. I want to thank myself for gifting 5 membership, and again, myself for gifting 5 memberships.
Yeah, you're
Earlier live, we had Elena blessed me, and so did June. Thank you so much. I did gift 10 memberships. I get to gift 10 memberships a month. I did so. So if you're joining me live and you don't understand how you got a membership, that's how you got one. Somebody gifted you a membership. Don't forget to put ILIKED, so you can get into the drawing for the giveaway this weekend. This end of this month. If you sub, you get, if you're a new person, comment I sub, you get 5 entries. Hit the like button, you get an entry. Become a member, you receive additional 10 entries. And a super chat, you get 10 entries. If you are someone who's a member and you gift memberships, you get 50 entry. You get 50 points. Well, you just got 50 entries, Seba. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yay.
So sweet and amazing. Amazing. Who got them? Patty, Julio, Gossip Rumor, Innuendo, Christy, and Christy. I don't know. And Honeybee liked, oh, wonderful. Everybody needs to, I have the I like going. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you so much, Seba. And there's a lot of people that I don't know that are getting memberships. So that's 15 new people to the channel. Yay.
That is a yay.
What were you supposed to mail me, Diane?
I'm supposed to mail you. Yes, I remember. Never mind, I remember. I'll get it to you. It's kind of like catch
Well,
me
it's like
while you.
me. I have mugs here that I know I got to send out to Ronnie. But my problem is I'm here before the post office opens and I can't leave by the time it closes.
I understand that.
Mailing things out is a difficult thing for me. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get those mailed, but I think from here on out, I'm just going to do gift cards. Oh, thank you, honey boo. Look at the little Heidi cow. Thank you so much. My little Heidi cow. There's one back there. There's one back there. They're sitting next to Sensei. For those of you who are just hopping on and may not have heard, we lost Sensei a week ago, Saturday. She passed away.
Went over the Rainbow Bridge.
Total wreck.
Yes, you were. But you're doing
As long
very
as I'm here and I'm doing this, I'm okay. But when I leave, she's not here with me. When I go to do anything, she's not with me. I lose it. Let me go get water. That's to get me water.
Yep, got to be hydrated.
I got my water.
Good. Good. That's good.
For my coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have coffee this morning.
I did. I've been vacillating between coffee and tea.
I got my tea.
Yeah. I enjoy my tea. I'm doing cinnamon apple tea.
Future, I'm so sorry about Sensei Ada K. She was such a blessing to you to hear her there. Family always. Yeah.
Yep, she was.
And
I had the pleasure of sharing a room with Sensei.
I'll share with y'all. When I got Sensei, there was a lady at the organization that would burn this for me as a gift when I received her. So the day I got her, I got this. Isn't that lovely? She took a picture of her and wood burned her. I love it. And this is her footprint. They spelt her name wrong, but that was the vet's fault. But yeah. And of course, here's my girl. And then there's a little bit of my necklace.
She's on your cup. How'd you do that?
She's cremated.
No, but how did you do paw prints on your cup? Oh, you mean she's in the cup?
This is a container she's in. This is what she came in.
I thought it was your cup, and I'm like, you're drinking the cup with Sensei on it. Duh. That's all right. It's been a long morning.
And I have her sitting by my crowns because she was my little queen bee. I still feel like I have her with me in that sense of the word.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, I will tell you the hardest part for me is in when I'm driving my car, I can't hear fire trucks or emergency vehicles. Those pitches are gone. And so I wear this bracelet Let me show it to you. It looks like a Fitbit, but it's not. And what happens is I have it up here for the moment. I wear this when I drive. It vibrates. So if you say my name, Ada, it goes zzzz. And anything that feels close to that vibration, I'll look. When it's fire trucks, it's beep, 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 beep. I know that there's an alarm somewhere or a truck. And then I have to sleep with this because I can't hear the fire alarm in the house. And I hate sleeping with things on me like this. So I'm having to go back to the old way of self-care, and it's not fun.
Well, I'm really glad you put in to the agency for another pup.
I don't want another one. I want my girl.
Well, I'm sorry.
But
we
I
get
need
married and you get taken up really quick, just like me. You're not gonna get another Shinfei. You're not gonna
I
get
need it. I don't want it, but I know I need it.
Yes, you do need it. So, and it might be a bit before one is ready. So you need to go ahead and put in for it.
Yeah, future, yeah.
No future. Go ahead and do it.
I have never had an animal cremated.
I have.
Miss D, a sense of humor always helps your lovely and wise lady. Yes, she is. Thank you, one sunny day. That is Sensei.
Yeah.
And they spelled Sensai. I'm like,
What? What? What you did that?
redo
Oh,
it because there's no paw. So that's the way that is. That's how that rocks and rolls. But I do need to call the agency today. When we get going again, I'll give them a call.
good. You know me. I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you about it and ask you about it until you go, will you shut up? And I'm gonna go, no, Margie, I'm not.
Okay. I have a hard time with both. I did, but I will tell you, I felt like I actually could start the healing process more once I had her back. When I was on the way home, while y'all were watching that live, and I mean, I left alive. I abandoned you to go get her. I sobbed like a baby all the way home back here, and but I think now that the agency knows and everybody's been so supportive. Yes, a friend of mine got the nose print of her Great Dane because he used to used to bump her on the arm. I'm not going to get a tattoo because I'm just too chicken crap for that. But if I did get a tattoo or something, I would probably do maybe just something like that, something small like that, just with her name. I've had other pets for a long time. I have a 15-year-old cat. I had a cat live to 18. I've had a dog that died, and we had to actually have it put down because it had cancer, and I grieved it, but nothing like I have with Sensei. I think part of it is that, like that necklace said, she was always by my side, but now she's in my heart. And that's true. I still reach down here feeling for her. I still look. There's a clear path to where I can see where she was laying under the table. And I look over there and she's not there. And what's hard is she was the perfect service dog for me. The only thing I didn't like was the fact that she didn't like water. And other than that, I had no problems with her. She was a fabulous dog. And she got to where she would pick up on emotional stress as well, both for me and my son. And I mean, she'd take me by the shirt. She'd take my shirt in her mouth, and she'd lead me to my son when my son was struggling, not feeling well, having a migraine, whatever. And I really I like that. I like that. So, but I won't probably have that again in another dog. I know other dogs will be just as special, but in different ways.
But you'd be surprised what they will do. It's amazing. Like you didn't expect it with her. You'll be surprised. This other one made you the same thing plus more. When you took your daughter to college, did you cry on the way home?
No, I cried all the way up there.
Oh, honey, I took my daughter to college.
I
She was
cried.
20 minutes away, and I sobbed like you thought I had taken her to the freaking North Pole.
You sweet Magnolia.
Literally, 20 minutes. And I cried and cried. I had to pull off the side of the road because I was crying so hard. I couldn't get the windshield wipers on my eyeballs to work fast enough. I just couldn't see. 20 minutes.
Hey, Kale. Yes, I agree. I did. So it's just she was very small for a lab, and if you have a heart problem, it can stunt growth. I mean, now that I'm looking back, I'm like, yeah.
Should have been red
I
flags.
cry when I drop my son off. I'm blaming meds.
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, I don't think I cried this hard. Well, my sister, when I lost my sister, but you know,
You
having
also had a little
finding her and then doing CPR and the trauma of actually doing CPR on her, doing everything I could to save her, and to no avail. I think, I've done CPR on people and they didn't make it. I've done it where they did make it, but it's different when you're doing it to your own pet or your own. Now, I've not done it on my own family. Okay, Gerald, we'll run them to the post office in the next couple of days. I'll package it up and run it to the post office. That's a great idea.
No, you're going to drive it to the
Run
post
them to the post office. Well, she'll be glad to get them.
You're going to drive it to the post office unless the post office is round your corner.
It's just.
Just-
So, but I might cry when I pick him up for the last time this year. Yes. Well, my daughter and I were supposed to graduate at the same time together, but in order for her to graduate in the fall, and she started working her first job, she's doing great. I miss her. I don't hear to hear from her much anymore. But thank you, future. But she was going to be graduating in December, and I was going to graduate this December. Well, come to find out, she had to take, I think, 16 or 18 hours worth of classes to do it. And she and her boyfriend, soon to be fiance, and talked about it, and everybody talked about it. And she made the decision to go ahead and wait and graduate in spring, which is great because then we can do her graduation party. We can do everything for her and everybody be focused on her instead of us.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get through quickly because of my age.
What do you mean age? You spring
I might go straight into master's program. What, Diane?
I said use a spring chicken.
Jeez, 54 is not a spring chicken.
Try 69. Bark, bark, bark. I saw a chicken this morning that went, good morning.
That sounds like a barking dog more than a
It was a rooster. It was
We
really-
had this peacock, this gorgeous peacock on the ranch I lived on. I just rented the ranch house, but other people were living there. And that thing would go "Arr, arr," all freaking day long.
That does not sound fun.
Well, we found out that across the street from the gate to the ranch, there was a long driveway to the ranch across the street from us.
Yeah.
And there was a peacock over there that was a female. And so they were calling back and forth to each other.
Yeah.
And people don't realize peacocks sleep in trees.
Oh, yes. I knew that. I did. I knew that.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, I've done it on other animals, but not just my baby. You know, it's different. I mean, it. I tell you, if they probably did an autopsy on her, they probably find broken ribs. Because man, I was doing everything.
You can only do what you can do. You know? Let me see here.
So you in the bit future, we are waiting for them to come back into court. They've been gone almost an hour.
They've been
Yeah,
gone.
Haley. So I graduate in December. Lord willing, creek don't rise. I got all summer and all fall after May. And I may be planning a wedding at the same time.
Yes.
Well, actually, I asked for us to just kind of wait because everything that happened with Sensei and the trauma and everything, I need to get through all that before I think about anything else. It was just one of those things. That's a pause button right there. I mean, it really was. But Miss Diane, are you gonna come down and interpret my wedding?
Say that again.
You're gonna come down and interpret my wedding?
Sure.
Honey bun.
Of course, I got to come in and interpret your wedding.
Are you bringing Margie?
Marjorie can pay for herself. Yes, she can come. Yes, I'm looking for something here. Let's see what I can find here. I'm looking for something special.
Special?
Special.
Special?
Yep. I want a Maine Coon cat so bad.
Oh, Lord. How many cats and babies do you have?
I only have 3, but I won't get one until after some of these pass.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The biggest spider in the world? Oh my goodness. Let me see. Mm-hmm. That's there. I'm looking for something.
Wait, she's already speaking? Oh, that's right. The 30 minutes behind. Okay, listen to this. Lori Daybell approaches the podium. Oh, let me turn it over here so I'm reading towards you. All right, here's my announcer voice. Lori Daybell approaches the podium for her opening statements. She puts on her glasses. I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. Lori says as she's charged with conspiracy, there has to be an agreement. That is how she begins. We are on a delay.
Yeah.
Back in the courtroom, jurors are being brought in.
Oh.
3 minutes ago, 1 minute ago. So we're going to be getting it shortly.
See if I can.
There is a delay in court. I can't help it. But we's going to go ahead and put this view on. I love them. My mommy cats are Maine Coon cross. Beautiful fluff balls with amazing personalities.
Let's get to close. Let's go. Yeah.
I have a rag doll. And I didn't know she was a rag doll because when she was young, she was kind of a outdoor cat that we rescued. Well, her mama gave birth to her in the shower of my home. And 3 days later, her mama was found half unalive under the dishwasher. And we pulled out the dishwasher and mama took her to the vet with the kittens. And they said this happens because she lost too much calcium and she just died.
Oh.
And so I bottle fed them all. Didn't lose any of them, but Soxy, the black and white one, we kept. And the mama was a rescue from outside. I brought her in because she was going to have babies.
Yeah.
And then, so what ended up happening was she too had a lot of kittens because she was outside, feral, semi-feral. We moved. I caught her and brought her with, and finally got her
Inside?
got her fixed. And once she got fixed and didn't have any babies, boy, that fur came in, and I mean, totally different cat.
I'll bet.
And found out she was a rag doll.
I've had ragdolls before. They are fantastic. You
Here we
can't
are for a moment until
So
Lori
then you may continue.
comes in. We'll have
Thank you
this.
very much, Your Honor. Hope you all had a good lunch. Had a lot of lunches in the last 9 weeks. All right. Let's get back to the issue of what the prosecution has to prove. As I pointed out to you, what they did prove over and over again is that Monica Simontilli had an affair with Robert Baker. So that we know. That's a given. The question is, what do they have to prove? Now, the charge is conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder. So let's look at the elements. Mrs. Silverman went through these in great detail, and I'll tell you why I'm going through them in a second. Each of the persons entered into the agreement to kill a human being, in this case, Fabio Simontilli. Each of the persons specifically intended to enter into the agreement with one or more other persons for that purpose. In this case, we know Robert Baker and Christopher Austin entered into that agreement. Each of the persons to the agreement harbored expressed malice aforethought, namely specific intent to kill another human being, and an overt act was committed in this state by one or more of the persons who agreed and intended to commit murder. So before I get to what must be proved in this case involving Monica, let's stick on that for a second, because the prosecution took a great deal of time in establishing that Robert Baker and Christopher Austin are guilty of a conspiracy to commit murder. Remember, these are the elements. This is what malice aforethought is. You had to intend to do it. Look, they both pled guilty. That's number one. They both went there with knives and brutally stabbed him in the heart and the leg and the chest and the neck. There's no question of that. That's a given. And it shouldn't have taken a long time or any time to establish that. What I'm trying to point out is that you are here for a specific purpose, and that is to decide what must be proved in this case. And the only defendant left, now they're talking about, well, they're going to continue to investigate, and that's fine. That's fine. 8 years, not enough, that's fine. But they've got the two guys who brutally killed him, and they want a third. And the question is, was there even a third member of this conspiracy? And have they proven that Monica Simontilli was the third person, was a third person? You don't need three, you just need two. This is what, go back a second, Jeremy, this is what they must prove. One, Monica Simontilli entered into an agreement to kill her husband. She specifically intended to enter into the agreement. She had the specific intent to kill her husband. An overt act was committed by one of the conspirators. Okay. All of that depends on Christopher Austin. Period. We have just discussed, and you will discuss, I assume, in the jury room, whether or not just establishing that Monica Simontilli had an affair, as explicit as it was, as terrible as it was, as betrayal as it was, all the adjectives you can use, she is guilty of that. The question is, was there a conspiracy to commit murder to kill her husband? We know Austin, we know Baker did that. Monica was not part of that, nor have they proven she is part of that. And I'll tell you why. Ms. Silverman said, the evidence is so strong, you could even throw Christopher Austin out of the case and she'd still be guilty. Really? Really? They took what has always bothered me about this case and about the testimony of Christopher Austin is that he got the deal of a lifetime, literally cutting the time that he was going to serve had he been convicted of what Baker was convicted of, intentional premeditated first-degree murder with special circumstances. life without the possibility of parole. Now he can be out in 15 years. It's a long time, but he's still a young man. How old is Mr. Austin now? 40s, I believe. So let's say he gets out in 55, 60. For the rest, has the rest of his life ahead of him. I don't know about you. I don't know about His Honor, but that's looking pretty good. The age of 60, having the rest of your life ahead of you, where I'm looking at, and it sure is looking good and looks good for Mr. Austin. And he made it clear all he wanted was to be back with his family and his daughter. Now he was presented and described a lot more sympathetically than I thought he should have been. Oh yeah, you know, I'm ashamed. I was thinking of committing suicide. He was so thinking of committing suicide that he went out, found a woman, married a woman, had a daughter, has a life. He was so intent on committing suicide, he got several jobs in law enforcement, the parole office. So he knows what the law is and what it isn't, what deals are, what deals aren't. He went about his life because Mr. Baker said, I will protect you. Trust me. Trust me. And Mr. Baker did. Whatever you can say about him, and there's not much, he is paying under the law for what he did. He entered a plea to the charges open. That means no deal, in front of His Honor, knowing what he was going to get, life without the possibility of parole, and indeed he got it. And don't let the prosecutor say again, well, she can say it. Don't you believe for a second that when he entered that plea, he was admitting that Monica Simontilli was involved? Oh yeah, the original charge is conspiracy to commit murder with Monica Simontilli. They didn't have Christopher Austin there yet when Baker was first charged. Remember, he was charged in 2017. Not Austin wasn't until 2024. The reason Christopher Austin entered a plea was because he had nothing else to do. And the reason Baker entered a plea is because he was not required to say under oath when he entered his plea and was sentenced that Monica Simontilli was part of the conspiracy. We have that plea transcript in the record. Very nice court reporter like the one here took down every word. Mr. Baker, you understand the charge? Yes. Are you giving up your right to a trial? Yes. You have an attorney? Yes. Have you been told all your possible defenses? All the things that this great country requires be done in every criminal case, whether you're pleading guilty to petty theft or first-degree murder. And he waived all his rights. He knew what the sentence was gonna be. Now, not once when the prosecutor was taking the plea, that means, Mr. Baker, do you understand, as I just said? All she had to do was to say to him, and do you admit that when you committed this crime of conspiracy to commit murder, you did it with Monica Simontilli? Never said it. The judge could have asked that question. Do you understand when you enter a plea to conspiracy to commit murder, you're entering a plea with conspiracy with Monica Simontilli
I saw it.
to commit murder? Never asked. His plea was just as acceptable if his conspiracy was with Christopher Austin. And it was. Now, why didn't they ask Mr. Baker, who was asking for no deal, do you admit that you committed this crime with the intent to kill Fabio Simontilli, and you conspired with and carried it out with Monica Simontilli? Why didn't they ask that? I submit to you because his answer would have been no. Now, they could
Curious, do we know if there is a witness list for Lori Daybell trial? Anybody know? If you know where it is, because I can't find it. If you have one or find one, let me know.
could have refused to take his plea. They could have taken his plea.
That's sustained.
All right, let's go back. That's fair.
And let's do.
He was able to enter the plea without naming Monica Simontilli as his co-conspirator. But why wouldn't he do that? Why couldn't he been asked that? He was taking the complete sentence. If he didn't enter his plea, he could go to trial, and the worst he would have gotten is first-degree murder, the same sentence, life without parole. He told you he could have gotten the deal according to his lawyer, and the prosecution never called his lawyer, which they could have for that purpose only, and say, did you in fact tell him you thought you could get him the same thing Mr. Austin ended up getting, which was second-degree murder, 15 to life? They didn't do that. He could have gotten the same deal. And I submit to you, he did not, because it wasn't true. Now, do I think Mr. Baker is the modicum of honesty and so forth? No, of course not. Of course not. And it had been 2 or 3 years since Monica Simontilli had anything to do with him. If you remember, all the things you heard happened in 2018-19. She finally broke it totally off. And I submit to you, because it was clear at that point that he killed her husband. So he enters the plea, as we know, and we go to see him. I'll get back to Mr. Austin in a second. And we go to see him. Why? Because now that he has entered a plea and been sentenced to life without parole, he no longer has a Fifth Amendment right. He can't say, I don't want to answer the question because it will incriminate me. Of course it incriminates him. He admitted to murder. We needed to know what the truth was about what happened that day, that week, as long as this was going on. So yes, we did our job. We first asked permission, as you know, of the court and of Mr. Baker's attorney, permission to go and visit with him the county jail and to ask him what the hell happened. He could have said anything he wanted at that point. But what he said, and what he said under oath, which he said meant something to him, you can believe that or not, but I'll get to that, was that she had nothing to do with it. And you know what else he said originally? He wouldn't tell us who the second person was. And when he did tell us who he said the second person was, it was clearly, as the prosecutor said, pure trash. Some guy named Jay Bird, he met at a basketball game and he just took him with him. Baloney. So, prosecutor's right. We went to see him 5, 10, 12 times because we were not going to put him on that stand to testify in this case unless we believed he was telling the truth about everything. Now, I'm sure he didn't, but the main things he did. He conspired with Austin to commit the murder, and Monica had nothing to do with it. But he would not name Christopher Austin. If you remember, for what it's worth, and apparently there is honor among thieves at some point, he did not want to snitch out Mr. Austin. He did not want what they call a snitch jacket on his record when he went up to state prison. Snitches are not too popular, as you can imagine, either in state prison or on the Sopranos. So the last thing he wanted to do was tell anyone who the second person was. So he made up this story. What changed that? Finally, after 8 years, and we'll get into at some point what happened during those 8 years, and you can determine it was incompetence by the police. You can determine that they didn't put it as a number one priority, or you can believe them that they were looking for him for 8 years and well, they'll continue to look. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of matters, and I think you have every right to question their conduct for those 8 years. Hell, they could have arrested Baker in February of 2017 and asked him who was involved and offered him a deal to name who his co-conspirator was, Austin. Maybe he would have done it, maybe he would not. They left Austin on the street for 8 years. They left Baker on the street for 4 years and had the nerve to claim that Monica put her children in danger by not getting a new DVR. Her children were in danger because there was no guarantee Baker wouldn't go after them. They were witnesses to some of the things. There was certainly no certainty that Austin, who was still loose, would not go after Monica or whatever, or the kids, or who knows. They were all in danger. It didn't matter. It did not matter. I shouldn't say that. It wouldn't matter to LAPD if Monica or the kids were roughed up or killed. But I'll tell you what did matter more.
What?
Monica. For some reason, and Ms. Silverman can explain.
Okay, I am not liking this line of argument. The reason why those children were in the position they were in is because Monica gave the information to the person who unalived her husband, and she knew they were not in harm's way. Why replace a DVR system, security system, when it's no longer needed? Yep.
In it or not.
We are still here.
Catch murderers who are responsible for murder. They wanted her. And that's why they spent those 4 months trying to find anything they could, anything, and found nothing more than lurid conduct, which they were more than happy to put up on the screen and up on the Elmo and testify to. And that was it. They knew about Austin. They knew he had flown down. They knew from the records that he had had all these phone calls with Baker back and forth. By the way, not one phone call between Austin and Monica. Not one. And I submit to you, if you look at the evidence carefully, you will find that the only time she met him was at the gym when he was introduced to her by Baker as one of his girls, and he had plenty of girls. All right. So Austin is remaining free for all those years. It's funny. He claims that his mother or someone in the family had seen on some crime show that Baker was arrested. Okay, probably true. And acts like, I asked him, well, did you hear that Monica was too? Well, no, I'd never heard the name Monica. He didn't even know Monica's name before they went up to see him 8 years later. He had no idea who she was. He had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that finally, after 8 years, and it wasn't Baker's fault. He didn't snitch out on him, remember. LAPD finally got around to sending, 12 people up there in 2024? And they got the permission to do a Perkins, they couldn't have gotten a Perkins done in 2021, 22, 23, 24. had his DNA. There's all sorts of reasons, and you've heard them. None of them are that good, because once they went up there and put him in a cell with a supposed co-suspect, someone who was in jail for another reason, and that's what a Perkins operation is. You stick in an LAPD officer, and they are good, and he was very good. And you have a transcript of what that interview was. He was, or we have gone through it at least.
I think
And he was
we're about
very good.
26 we're about 25-ish minutes. Well, it's a 30-minute delay for the trial feed. We're about 25, 26 minutes after she started. So any minute we should be getting a live feed. Everybody has the same issue. We're all waiting.
And what did he do as soon as Mr. Austin got in the cell with him? He basically said, and I kid you not, you can't make this stuff up. If you want to get out of here, you got to get the bitch. You got to get the third one. She's on trial. I don't care if you have to change your story or not. It's right there in black and white.
I'd rather listen to him for 5 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours than the prosecutor.
Really? I don't care if you have to change your story. I don't care if you have to tell the truth. I don't care if you have to lie, is what they're saying. First in, first out. And he says it over and over and over again. And you remember the cross-examination that I conducted with him, and I finally said, why don't you cut all the bullshit and just tell us what happened? I remember saying that, which probably was not the proper thing to say. But it got ridiculous what he was being told by an LAPD officer. Your ticket out of here,
I told y'all.
Monica Simontilli as your co-conspirator. Now, why did they want that so bad that they ended up giving him that deal? Half or more of his life back with his wife and his daughter if he just says what they want to. I had an attorney friend of mine once who did an example, and I'll do it with you. This is a dollar bill. If I took this dollar bill and gave it to Mr. Austin or one of you to testify in a way that I thought was favorable to my client, I could be charged with bribery, lose my license, whatever. And I should if I offered money to Austin or anyone else. They can offer Mr. Austin his life back in exchange for his testimony, and that is just fine. That is just fine. And that's exactly what they did. If they could have if they want you to throw away Mr. Austin's testimony, in other words, decide this case.
Okay, give Miss Diane a second to take a breath. Oh, okay. They're trying to find a place to. Ooh, they're making me nauseated. By the way, guys, go into member chat into Discord and look at this darling video that Haley Mouse posted. It's so cute.
I can't see it.
Bring the jury.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell.
We're back.
The present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
So they've already had to release one juror.
Let's bring in the jury.
I'm sure that was not pleasant. I wonder what was going on with jury number 3. I'm not going to take as many notes with I did with her. What you drinking, boo? Hey,
Sugar-free lemonade. Really good.
okay. So this guy's I'm going to let him ramble on and mute him. We don't need to hear all him rehashing, but he is good. Let me see. The boxes would be in that room. Yes, those 2. I'm going to get Gerald's offered to go to the post office, so I'm going to send those to Ronnie finally after how many months? Half a year?
All rise for the jury.
And they bring the jury.
Wear white, you spill something on yourself every time. We have a box? Okay, wonderful. Is there loose paper in there that we can put? You know, there's some packing
All
paper
right, the
somewhere in
jury
there.
is now present. Please be seated.
Thank you.
All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime.
Wait.
And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more people to commit a crime. Okay, Susie. Okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my 4th marriage and Charles' 3rd marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years. that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social
I'm
Security
going to
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Woo! Objection.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee
You can
for her
do it, Autumn.
deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence. And that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and
The evidence will show. The evidence will show. The evidence will show.
I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing.
I'm sorry. I'm showing the viewers. I'm teaching you something. Letter E on the hand. Evidence. Show. You're going to learn sign language whether you want that. You'll learn sign language whether you want to or not. I'm sorry. My hearing aid's freaking out.
Chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Is that grabbing tissue?
Yes.
Oh, now she's got to get a tissue. Oh, poor boo.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement.
There is.
The evidence will show that Tyler and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tyler and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed.
That's
And the
true.
evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone
Did you sit there and write down that time? How do you know the exact time unless it's recorded by the police?
was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state
Okay,
can have its
guys.
first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
That was not too bad. She did better than I thought she was going to do. But if I hear the evidence will show one more time, I'm going to show her evidence. No, I wouldn't do that. That's a lot of evidence. They're expecting this trial to go 6 to 8 weeks. Same length as the Karen Reed trial, 6 to 8 weeks. You went 13 weeks the first time.
What did they decide on the Karen Reed?
They went home today without any new jurors. There's still 10 jurors. They need 16.
All right. Just wondered.
I know, right? We got through, and we still have 3 to 4 hours worth of witnesses to go through. Do you know all I took on my notes for her? All my notes for Lori Daybell's opening statements was this: her name. Nothing to write, nothing of importance. I'm going to put the evidence will show. That's the only thing I got from her opening statement.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
And your first name? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
What was that name?
Did you have any,
I have to.
the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant.
That is a name. I'm guessing it's right.
Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
That was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was.
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
ADK,
I
who
was
do
in
you
full
want?
patrol uniform.
Does
Huh?
the Chandler Police
Who do you
Department
want,
back
him or
then,
her?
did they have body worn camera?
They did.
And
Sorry, what?
Who do you want, him or her?
Let me do her. Let me write down. Let me switch shirts and I'll be in.
All right, I'll carry it till then.
Okay.
and can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 1760, so I pulled the printer to get.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krauthem, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes,
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
yes,
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
yes.
Can you describe for us
I'll
the
take him.
person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
You said he still had his phone?
Yes,
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Um, do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes,
and you went into the house?
yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty,
So no furniture?
no furniture. Yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes,
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
no.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning and talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it.
By the way, the defense is still arguing closing statements in the Monica Cemetilli trial. Boy, his hands are flying everywhere.
And so if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
I'm still needing a note taker for the Karen Reed trial. Because I got to be interpreting because I know we're going to have
This is the house
3
you're
deaf
looking at.
people watching.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
There's
This is the
no
individual that
audio.
is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Remember, they waited 47 minutes to call. Allegedly. How do you sign allegedly?
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you've found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
Writing down the correct
You told
spelling.
us that other officers were arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well,
Yes,
because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
Want to see the videos? Stop. Stop. I want to see the video. Oh, they're getting ready to see the body. That's correct.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Thank you, Haley. Appreciate you, Haley Mouse. Still there.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have them paralegal and goes to up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see, here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall. No.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm. Yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No.
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
Why is she answering again after him? No, no. Why are you answering, repeating his answer? I'm surprised the prosecution hadn't nailed her for that yet. I'm sure they will.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct? When you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I
Like-
believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving.
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes,
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you,
Honey boo, I know you just texted me. You think this guy's a jerk. I don't think he's a jerk. I think it's been too long ago and he really doesn't remember. It happened. It happens. You should know that. But I know he's not putting up with any of her crap.
It is a good thing they do not have Margie on the stand. Every answer would be, I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah. Okay,
Honestly.
stopped. I'm going to back for a second on the Monica Simatilli trial. I'm going to see if he rested. You ready, Diane? Okay, so I think he rested there on a 15-minute break. All right, Miss Diane, I'm going to start with us again.
with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan?
Mhm.
I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few?
Mhm.
Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes,
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 p.m.?
but It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
She didn't do a bad job. Better than most, pro se.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes,
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb.
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse, and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No,
Is the body basically a crime scene?
yes,
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes,
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes,
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
no,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes,
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
you want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
I
It
got
was received at 8:36.
to be back.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes,
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 PM.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes,
Why is it done that way?
Just, I mean, because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please
Jury
write
question.
it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get.
Diane, if you'll just start it until I get the witness names written and changed. I want to take this minute to thank everybody for being here. I really, really appreciate your time and your being with us today. The Monica Cimitilli, I think the defense rested. That means we're going to have redirects. I don't see us getting to verdict till Wednesday. I'll be shocked if we get to verdict tomorrow. What you looking for, girl? She muted. That looks like a dead rat. I can't hear you.
It's a feather. Don't you know feather when you see a feather?
Not that small. I'll show you feather.
I'm sure you will.
Love you. Mean it.
I
Sir,
know.
would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wisby?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Worsbicky do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did,
What exit did he come out of?
out the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding it on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
Where's that music coming from?
I don't think it's mine.
Oh, okay, that's on them. What the?
I don't know if we can fix that.
I don't
What in the world was that? Hey, Eddie Music Man. You brought the music with you, bro. I bet that, look at his eyes. He's like,
What is that?
this is going
It's
to
a
piss off
haunted.
the judge. He's like, oh my God, what's going to happen?
It's a haunted courtroom.
Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
Now she's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
Sorry, I lied. He's still doing closing arguments for the defense.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct. Yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't. The orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
Hello, Aaron. Welcome. They're going on right now in the Cemetery trial about the voluminous communication via text. We are still in the.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Why is his sunglasses? That's a good
Now, did
point.
you
That was a good point. If you went through that kind of a beating, wouldn't your sunglasses be on the floor? Why do you have them on?
stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Coffee's not helping.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
Hello, Erin. Up to this point, he's not once done that. We've not seen him do that yet. Red Bull. I can't do Red Bull. Blech. You shouldn't either, honey. Dr. Pepper would work. Gives you wings. Yeah, I don't need to fly. I just need to be a little more awake. No Monsters. Y'all need to stop drinking Red Bull and Monsters. They're horrible for you. They can kill you. Worse than Dr. Pepper. By far. I'm a pepper girl.
And who's that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski. Sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter.
I would say, yeah, shorter.
Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
What? Please. See what Matt wants? You go, do you know the red barn near my house? Thank you, love. I'll get a big
And
drink.
you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
If it didn't have citrus in it, I'm up. Oh, thank you, Bo. Hey, if you hear me, Skittles would be nice. I'm horrible. I've got a sweet craving right now.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point,
Too
did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes,
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes,
And who did you believe she was?
his wife.
I don't understand her.
Normally when,
I got to say this. I just lost my dog of 2.5 years, my service dog. And I did everything I could to save her. And I was hysterical for days, 2 days. Still emotional. She shows zero emotion. Sorry, I can't get closer. She shows zero emotion. I think she knows that she did it. She's too calm. I've never seen a person that calm on a scene who did not commit the crime. I'm coming back for you.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm sorry.
someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes,
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
I wish the camera wasn't so yellow in there.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
That yellow drives me crazy. They can change that in the camera. Short trip. I agree, Gerald. Guess it to say by her history, safe to say she's a psychopath. He called me babe.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Still. The women are too calm. Lori Vallow and her daughter are too calm. Honey. Lack of emotional. Honey. Yes, honey. Mm-hmm.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes,
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene.
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
Bye, Elena. Thank
Are
you
you
for
still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is
Buenos
talking with
noches.
Alex?
Adios.
I am.
Adios, amiga.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
You can turn up the
Your
volume.
daughter's face is being shown.
R-I. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755? 5452. You live here though, not in Santan. This is your home. Right. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to say it. Lori Vallow was found guilty of unaliving her daughter, who you just saw in the video, and a son. She was found guilty. What, Diane?
Says she's a sociopath.
With ideologies of religious demonic influence.
Jeez. So they were demonically possessed too, I guess.
She believed everybody else was. That's why she unalived them.
That's
The husband, the 2 children.
I wouldn't want to be friends with her.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, did they not bring up charges for the wife of Daybell? Because she died within that time frame. There's 6 people who suspiciously died, including her brother, the one that's in this scene.
The one sitting on the curb.
Yep. Perfect Spanish. Well, I lived in the barrio of San Antonio. I'm playing now. I can't speak much Spanish, but I got the accent.
Español. Baño, please. Baño.
No español, no nada. Bye,
No,
Weta.
no poquito español.
They called me Weta, which is white woman or white girl, I guess. They always call me, bye, Weta. Like, my name, please. All right, let's get going.
All right.
Okay, wait. Lori was found guilty of unaliving Tylee and JJ.
Her son?
And Tammy Daybell's already happened. I thought that's happening after this trial. Son and daughter killed him.
How old was the son? He was
7. Well, it
seven.
was not a son by marriage. It was an adopted son of a family member of her husband. I
Um,
gotta go. I gotta get this. Take it for a minute, please.
How
All
long have you
right.
lived there? How long have you lived here? Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
I'll put it in.
Gotcha. Are you working at all? Okay. And you still about 5'6", 20?
Did you also get biographical?
Okay, I'm
did.
back.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now.
She does not look upset.
After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Thank you so much. I haven't really followed this case. JJ Charles' nephew, they adopted when he was 7 or 8 at the time. So they were adopted. He was an adopted son.
Whoa.
Lori is going to trial for Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband. Okay. I get it straight.
Yes.
Yeah.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
Aaron.
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
Lori is questioning.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
it
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot. Is
I did.
that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
Oh, Angela.
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no,
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes,
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid, just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor. And even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you.
Objection.
Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there are lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he
on.
express,
Hold on. When
Sorry.
there's an objection.
I'm sorry,
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it
And
because he hit?
hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inkland in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him. Yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened.
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one.
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
Can I object to the defendant testifying?
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes,
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Is that yours or
You
mine?
can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
How do you sign speculation?
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
Okay, while we're on break, we're not interpreting. We're going to break, but we're going to listen to the Monica Simitilli still in closing argument on the defense's side. Yay!
This way Baker of Austin does it. I don't have to do it.
This part's got to say bye, bye, bye.
And stuck.
Tomorrow, okay? Who sang that? Was it
Spears?
Britney Spears? Okay, I knew somebody and I'd interpret it for somebody singing it, but nevertheless. You know who I'd like to see come and do again? Be
Oh, here's one. Matthew. Hold on. You were Matthew. Go ahead.
I said would be Cher. I've done her before. She's great. But not Britney Spears. I've done her before too.
Me neither.
I've done lots of the country stars, but Cher was fun. I did oh gee. You
too?
You too. Yeah, I did you too. Yeah.
Live concert?
Yeah. All right, love. I will see you and all of your peeps tomorrow. Love you. Did you say our last paper got good grade?
Huh?
Did you say our last paper got good grade?
100%.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm so good. Okay. All righty. All right.
Love you, babe. You did good. As always.
All right. We'll see you later.
See you later, alligator.
I'm not as tired as I was the other day. I don't know why, but I'm not as tired, even though I signed all day. But
maybe you're getting used to it.
Well, I think
we're going to see how tired I am when we have Karen Reed in the morning and Lori Vallow all night.
Yeesh. I'm going to send you that chicken I found if I can find him again. It's funny.
All right. Love you.
Bye.
All right, guys. Now we're going to listen.
Worked out. Baker won't snitch on Austin unless Austin says it first. Whatever you think of that, the point is it has nothing to do with Monica. And let me close with this, if I may, Your Honor. You heard, and we'll go into this tomorrow, you heard that the first time Mr. Dawson and I visited Mr. Baker, he had a letter that he had written to Monica and wanted it delivered. Well, that's not our role to let inmates communicate with each other. But we read it to her, turned it over to the DA and the court. It's an exhibit here, and it's full of lies. He's trying to say that he was going to drop a card, a greeting card, a birthday card for Monica or something, Valentine's something. And he was going to the house to do that. And he took someone with him. And just to be a lookout, there was no plan to kill anybody. And he thought Fabio wasn't going to be home. And he couldn't put the card down, or he put it down. And then as he was leaving, Fabio was there, and Fabio kind of attacked him, and he was defending himself, and he ended up killing him. And he blacked out. And he doesn't remember much of it, but it wasn't a premeditated murder on his part. He writes a letter to her apologizing for the manner in which Fabio was killed. And as the DA points out, it was full of lies, and we knew it, because that's not what the physical evidence showed, that Fabio attacked anybody, and it certainly wasn't an accident, and he certainly wasn't acting in self-defense. But he wanted her to believe he didn't do it on purpose. Well, doesn't that raise one question? If Monica Simontilli conspired with him to kill.
Okay, guys. I'm not going to interpret anymore unless I know someone's actually deaf and on. I work under her license, so if I interpret, she'll have to be watching. So I'm not going to interpret, like I said, unless she's here. We're going to relax for a minute, get back into my normal position here. Oh, there she is. What are you still sitting there for?
To see.
Huh?
I'm going to send you one right now. I want you to look at it, okay? Right
Where are
now.
you sending it?
I'll
Instant message? You got to send it to me in instant messaging, girl.
Reload it.
Huh? I can't hear you.
Is Messenger instant message?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me get back.
I am me. Oh, I love it already.
You got to have your sound on.
I like to look at it. Wow, wow, wow. And I can even climb it. Are you watching?
I told you, I'm watching.
I can just look at what I have. Vroom, vroom. Okay, let's go. Anybody can skateboard if you believe in yourself.
Hey, can you do any tricks?
Yeah.
Ooh, which ones can you do?
All of them, probably. It's easy. You just have to believe. Even if you only have 4 or 5 legs, you can still learn to skateboard if you try hard.
What if they only have 2 legs?
What? This is my skateboard. Vroom, vroom. It has wheels. They go around and around and around. I like to look at it. Wow, wow, wow. And I can even climb it. Are you watching?
I told you, I'm watching.
I can just up. Vroom, vroom.
I'm looking for one.
Okay, let's go. Anybody can skateboard if you believe in yourself.
Hey, can you do any tricks?
Have you ever seen them
Yeah.
before?
Ooh, which ones can you do?
All of them, probably. It's easy. You just have to believe. Even if you only have 4 or 5 legs, you can still learn to skateboard if you try hard.
What if they only have 2 legs?
What? This is my skateboard. Vroom, vroom. It has wheels. They go around and around and around. I like to look at it. Wow, wow, wow.
You. Okay. Is this eating? I don't like to show those videos. No,
No,
it
no,
might
no,
somebody.
Oh, where'd he
I'll
go?
have to preview it. Does he eat it?
He's not eating it. No, he talks to it. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. As long as he's not eating it.
Watch.
Yeah.
I can do lots of things.
Oh, yeah? What can you do?
I can tickle things with my tongue.
Oh, gross.
Tickle, 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 tickle. See?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm gonna come out now.
Maybe don't bring that with you.
But it's my tongue. There's nothing going to walk the tongue.
Oh, yep, you're just touching me with that.
Yeah, I go tickle, tickle.
Okay, pick it up.
Okay, stick the tongue.
Ew.
Everything stand on the tongue.
I don't think they do.
They
that.
do.
Did you just kick your...
They go pick, 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 pick,
Okay, I think maybe that chunk's a little too heavy for you.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well maybe you can finish eating in your
But
house.
I want to hold the hand.
The whole time you eat that?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work.
No, I want to hold the hand.
Okay.
Tickle, 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 tickle.
Thank you.
I'm a lots of things.
And I'll...
Yes, I love them. They just make my day. Margie goes, you have the strangest sense of humor. I'm going, they just make my day.
Yeah, and they're that fun. I mean, they can be. They're very entertaining.
Oh yeah, I'm about ready to get
Eating
some.
first, that one's going to probably die within 6 months because it's fully mature. It
Okay.
may be a year.
Yeah. So anyway, all
Cute
right.
as a bug.
It's a bug. It's
Those
cute
are
as
the
a bug.
spiders I like.
Yes, I'm going to introduce him to Mary so she can introduce him to Ren because Ren loves bugs. Better than food.
If that's if you're going to do any kind of spider bug, that's the one to do because they're cheap and they're not dangerous.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She's back in.
All right. Well, I'm going bye-bye.
That was cute. I enjoyed that.
You were speaking with them.
And we're back.
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took?
Just so you guys know, the defense is still in closing arguments. They have taken their recess for the day. Simatilli will start again 11:30 tomorrow morning with the defense on his closing arguments and then redirect. God help us. All right, back into this trial.
Around
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inklin there?
I don't remember England. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do?
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point.
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
CAG, I think, or is it CAB? I don't know which it is. Cab or cab? A police report. CA what? B? CAB stands for?
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was
Analysis
at 8:36
Bureau
a.m.
report.
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got there around 8:41.
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
Yay, jury questions. We love jury questions. It's a horrible court feed. The color is horrible. See, that yellow color could easily give me a migraine. Y'all see me looking off a lot because that yellow bothers me. That beeping. How was she getting her hair done in the prison? I know they bring clothes to the courthouse, and when she gets transported, she changes. What is this reward available?
How do I say goodbye?
I'll admit, there were some bugs in my programming. It's hardly fair to blame me for that.
So hard to say goodbye.
But one thing.
The song, How Do I Say Goodbye? Like that song. Sang it a lot. I love a barbershop quartet singing that song. Ooh. I wish more jurisdictions allowed juries to submit their questions. Ain't that the truth? Well, we're on J7. What does that mean? I don't understand. Oh, okay, you deleted. They could maybe be toilet paper rolls as makeshift curlers. That, or she took a sheet and tore it up and did it the old way.
Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Sorry, Nate Ethan is very detailed in his information. I just learned of who he was. I'd be tempted to ask about the zombies. Jurors should be able to ask questions or take notes. I agree. I like the fact that jurors get to ask questions.
Podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record? Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you.
Oh, he's in uniform.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past, I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions
That I might see
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically.
I don't think people fully understand the force that is used when performing CPR. CPR force is so forceful that after a couple compressions, you will see like a red handprint on the skin. Well, I mean, I'm very pale and I do that, and you get a little red. When you're doing CPR, people bruise, even if you're not. I mean, there's aggressive and then there's aggressive CPR. And even when they put the machine on you, that paddle where it's pushing, you're caving in about this far. Your chest is going in about that far or more. And you will have a bruise, and it hurts like hell for days. It is painful. It's serious. And it is true that a cop, it is true. If he had a gunshot wound, a lead shooter wound through the chest, and you start pushing on it, you're going to expel a whole lot more blood. I agree with the police officer first on scene not to touch him. Now, that's one thing I really struggle with 911 calls. They will have you do CPR even if they understand the person's decapitated. I mean, if there's anything attached, I mean, they've had people do CPR when there's no way the person's still alive. I understand the basics of why they're having you do it, but sometimes I think it's futile and does more mental harm to the people alive than it does any good, in my humble opinion.
The depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles, in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I
Add a
guess.
little bit more than
And
that.
this is
dude.
something that
Hope
you
y'all
have
heard what I just
felt
said.
multiple times in doing CPR?
Did y'all hear
Yes,
what I said?
in teaching CPR, you want to
Was all that muted? You can hear the crackling. You can hear the gurgling. When somebody is, if somebody's got fluid or blood or anything in their windpipe or anything up inside this part of their body or fluid in the lungs, and you're doing the compressions, you hear every bit of it. You can sometimes hear the air escaping, and as you do the compressions, you can hear the ribs cracking, sometimes breaking. You can feel it. It is true. If it's real noisy, you may not hear it, but it depends on the situation. It ain't good.
or warn people of that too. That to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be.
What? What?
Are you want to forewarn people of that too? That to kind of
did you learn-
expect that and not necessarily
You
kind
mean
of
to
be
tell me
alarmed. You don't want them to think they've
got it?
caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
Um,
We're gonna wait a minute because this is just wrong. My honey bun is talking when I'm not red. He's answering. I'll ask a question, and he's sitting right here, and he will answer the question. You think I was talking to you, honey bun? So we are having a glitchy court TV. I know. That's what I'm watching. I'm watching it. It's right there. I got to teach him how all this works. Please stand by. Technical issues. Technical is how you sign technical. Left hand B, facing away from you. Technical. Problem. Problem. Technical problems. Okay, Monica Simatilli trial is rested until tomorrow, and it will be back with the defense's closing arguments still in play. And then we have redirect. I swear, if her redirect takes more than 2 hours, I'm going to have a conniption like you have never seen. I will lose my crap. And I mean it. I don't think Gerald wants to see that. Honey Bun doesn't want to see that. So we got to get this figured. I'm looking to see if we have any other. Are there any other feeds? Does anybody know? I hate to go over here, but I'm going to have to go over here. They're not following it? Let me see if they got a feed. Live. Live. Who's live? Nobody's live. Oh, somebody wanted me to cover the bathtub murder trial. I'm not going to do it. Involves a little kid. I ain't going to do it. Oh, come on, people. That may be the end of the day for us. We'll see. It is 6:43. Oh, you got to go get groceries. Tell Matt. Get Matt and take him with you because we're closed. Tell him to go with you. We're closed. We got to go get our groceries, y'all. Killer Son, Young Thug, ASAP. I can't find anything else at the moment. So we're just going to sit here and figure it out. Where, Haley Mouse? I looked on Long Crime. I didn't see it. Give me a link, please, because I just came off of Long Crime. On crime. There it is. Let's see how far behind they are.
Are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah.
Got it.
I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you
I mean, from a time.
operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Thank you.
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call. And then en route, we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions
That I might see.
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes, so you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously
break
performed
it.
CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
Yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
He's ahead of.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're gonna do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was gonna be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers I feel like were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The 2 firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info 2 ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access. And that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's 4 of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
How
When
can
you
she
first saw the
stand there?
patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking.
So how can she sit there and look at all of those horrible photos and remain calm? Even if I am one who can shut my brain off, how in the hell can she sit there and look at those? I struggle with that. Just do.
In and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking this for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'm going to put up exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first, I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. You know, I mean, it probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. You know, they've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those look like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resume CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And
That shaking makes me nauseated.
ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
Okay. When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity. And it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and
the body.
color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved. And then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45.
While he's looking at it, thank you everybody for watching. We greatly appreciate you. I am so blessed to have you guys here.
The
Thank you.
dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that.
If you like to
We
report
might have an
go to
appropriate time on
Discord.
it also that I'm not
Check out how to
seeing
have a
right
prop,
here though.
register
but
your
I'm still
account,
looking.
validate your account. You too can have the records and the documents we have.
So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. And so we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can.
Clean up your scene.
Our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those exactly and bring the cables with us.
Okay. When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR. So you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term? In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Yep.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, Would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Okay, here we go. Lori Vallow.
You want me to go now?
Daybell, let's see how she
4:30. I
does.
didn't know if you want.
She's holding her own.
How long do you
I
anticipate
got to admit, she's doing quite well.
your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30.
Yes.
11:30
All right,
my time.
we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury. We're going to see if you bring the camera back down. We are on witness number 3. Wish the cemetery was going this
All
well.
right, you can be seated. You can step down if you want. Is there anything we need to discuss before recessing for the evening from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense? Is there anything
Hello?
we need to discuss before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
All righty then. So we are going to be live again tomorrow at 12:15, 11 something for oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? The Monica Cemetery will be live for that. That will be tomorrow morning as well, but we hopefully will get into jury deliberations tomorrow. God, I hope so. They're saying 12:15 tomorrow on the 8th is when we'll be live with this. I'm looking for I'm trying to create tomorrow's feed. Give me a second and we will be doing our drawing. Just give me a second to get this. Lori Vallow Daybell, apply. Okay, it's all done. Set it up. There we go. Okay, tomorrow's live stream is created. Yay. So let's me save changes. Let me get out of this. Let me share this screen. We have 11 likes, so let's see who wins on this one today. Yay, K-Swan! Woohoo! This is this morning's. One sunny day. Okay, one sunny day. You got one too. Yay. So we're done. We did it. We got through our first day of the Lori Daybell trial. So it started off with the opening statements. I thought she did fabulously well considering. Y'all, not bad. Not bad. And then we had witness number 1, who was, I'm not going to say his first, Wiz. They call him Wiz. For short, Sergeant Irwin Wiz. He was the first sergeant on scene. Then we had Robert something another, a very long name. He was the retired. He's now retired. He was second on scene. And now we're on Scott Crowden, and he is a first responder firefighter who was on scene. I think she's holding her own quite well considering. That said, really not a lot of objections and a lot of issues. I think that she's getting in the groove of not testifying through her questions. I think that's been the only thing that they've nailed her on. So good for you, Lori Vallow Daybell. I am shocked. Now, with that, We will see you guys tomorrow morning for this trial. And then we are keeping our ear to the ground for the Karen Reed. Karen Reed, they did not seat a juror today, not even one. So we're still at 10 jurors, and they have used 10 of their 16, whatever they call them, where they can X out or whatever, a witness. So they've used that. So yay. Oh, my camera's focusing on something behind me. There we go. So anyway, that's done. And then the Monica Cimitilli, the prosecution rested. The defense is on. They've been on all day, and they will be on tomorrow morning, maybe with a slimmer of hope. We can get through the redirect and actually get the case to the jury tomorrow evening or early Wednesday morning. We shall see. Aaron, thank you so much for joining. Haley Mouse, God bless you. One sunny day. Oh, there's a lot of it. Angela, thank you for joining. I appreciate you. Love you, girl. I know you hopped in between schoolwork. Elena's in bed. Gerald, thank you for hopping in. So if I miss you, 80s Music Man, K Swan, if I missed you, please forgive me. I can't go back all the way. But we will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks a bunch for joining. Have a good. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.